Okay, everybody, lie down on the floor and keep calm.
This is what KLF is about. Also known as the justified ancients of Moo, furthermore known as the jams.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our Sun and Moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. and the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here.
Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545) And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's Day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen, and in other places in the Rise, and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle. Revelations, this simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below. Sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina, and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star kachina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the 2 brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole, and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days, the blue star kachina will come to be with his nephews, and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their patu votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star kachina, who is also known as Nangashohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures, and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains, and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane, for we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted, and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to spirit will see the face of the creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds, and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts, and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further. Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square meter decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also back the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in two stages. Once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380 and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider it shows normal weather, but when the rings become narrower and closer together it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east. I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapor can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mud floods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will arise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity, because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, people fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world. For the powers of the heavens will be shaken. 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. Revelation chapter 8 verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29 verse 6 speaks, you will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire. Revelation chapter 6 verse 12. And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8 verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumbling, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19 speaks. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks. And there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14, 27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16, 14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16, 4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2, 11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the 2 of them. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, My father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38, 4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1, 11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7, 1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1, 1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Shebar Canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood, and during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox, that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195. In fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, 2 wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126.
In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the 2 pigs were born to 2 sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhort himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borgmeier, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borgmeier, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauworth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man, and 4 feet with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Ascha, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533. 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours, around 10 o'clock at night, in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a 4-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen and then suddenly died, but it was none the less carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish sea, as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross, in the Diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margaretha Vibes from Ross, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rikatschhofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this, you know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers, where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part, because you know what that reminded me of one?
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay. It reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So
yeah,
itself,
so yeah, that's the part I meant.
Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's suggesting, it's like those, you know, that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator, with the sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of an event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes. Yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but...
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it, actually, to add to this, so don't worry about that.
Well, good, okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know. Prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
Yeah. All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, And the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. In, notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes,
Not on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great destruction.
which is technology.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? This is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction. So what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which in other way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year, but technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. It's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the maiden long count calendar. They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book, so everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting. It mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. If they're recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the.
So it changes twice.
Yeah, twice daily. Yeah. What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, and what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. It doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos of these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
Well,
depending what it's doing.
Like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
One's controlling both. It's
exactly. But one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the one's coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding. So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I
Yeah,
see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were
yeah,
obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
they were
Directly
coming up.
related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Hmm.
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay.
Like,
After this, go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's playing a very big part in containing water.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part one, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032, and this one here was designed to stop that. So it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh, well, like the day and night, like you said. Like the first one is up, and then a little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create a balance that wasn't there before. So I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance,
Mm-hmm.
but it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But what does shaking up like lentils in a pot? What does that
Well,
mean? I mean,
that would to me would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. Anything in its path is going to get swept away.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, these waters coming up out of their bounds they would completely flood all the fields every time. They would lose their food, right? This would create what people call the mud floods.
Oh yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mud flood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. I would recommend, if anyone wants to look into mud floods further, is go to Martin Liedtke's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year. We're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
yeah.
But that's where we're at. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. Cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You look at some of the calendars, the main calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. They're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. We're trying to relearn what was once learned. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense about the arc, then, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth, basically. It's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. You know, new lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and when we looked at the ark before, if you recall, it was layered, you know, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, you know, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, and then finally to surface. You know, it would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the ark pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, you know, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake, you know, as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters, which are above the firmament, and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the Bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the resting one. For in his life the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the waters above the firmament and the waters below. That's a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, you know, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was getting
Yeah.
ready to go with that.
Yeah. I'll just put this in there because, you know, we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the waters above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live. You know, you put it into a context. If that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above. In other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, you know, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, we can reference a halo here, because, you know, an halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, you know, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay. Now think about if there were 2 stars removed out of one of these halos, you know, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. You know, it would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld, which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and, you know, shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. You know, I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, you know, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades. You know?
Yeah, very well. There is, what it's telling me is there's 2 luminaries being moved out of that location, or 2 projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
and it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. You know, is this the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. You know, and this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event. You know, that's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, you know, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below, the physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible, recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this, there were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. You know, this is what the Hoppy prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies, your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries, you know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in scripture. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano processes one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the 7 sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set, or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. You know, that's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? You know, that know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set, and she doesn't know when, how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like, you know, how can I explain it? Like it's changing everything. All the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that, Kat,
I think
the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should know, you know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this, to actually have calendars relating to it. You know, they watched the skies, they studied these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what, you know, that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, you know, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows, you know, that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and, you know, stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mhm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, you know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's get back to this text. There were other changes that we've done that bit, haven't we? Oh, the moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah, the sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. You know, we don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm going to do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large, eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. Which that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. You know, all this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we? You know.
Yes, and we'll keep going over it until people understand.
Yeah. The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, the resting one, there's a good word already for it. It's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? It's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? For it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing. How it used to be known as 2 entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as 2 different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan, and the rain continued for 40 days, until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So, a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Ashwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right. Okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously, that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle, and it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, One?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
yeah,
time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that, but yes, definitely there was a point where it started. It was recorded in history, and if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, until the 27th of Kislew. So there's another, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, that does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. We're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology, One. That's what you got to look at it. You've got to, what One did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with a process? Yep, lovely One.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. It's a stationary halo.
Right.
That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It just, it has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah, is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. Ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. That's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? Its
cycle.
growing period, the 40 days.
Yeah, who's Emily State last 40 days? Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days basically. These halos. That's what it's telling you. With, you know, whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, you know, drain. It stays there.
Yeah, yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. Yeah, we're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we weren't sure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. You know, an L could be something like 50 feet, you know, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. You know, we don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, you know. If even that. I mean, the story tells us that, you know, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could decide each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, you know, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Siwan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an L a day, and at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. We're back to that Siwan again. You know, the calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, 1/4 of an L a day. I wonder what an L is. I mean, 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all.
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. And, you know, we're looking at humans. We're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that lens relating to the length of something else. You know, a possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of, like, the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? we don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. Though not the star halos, but I mean the major luminaries, they're ascending and descending. Yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right, yeah, it's very slow. But I mean, even in today, you know, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? You know, they still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. And we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so miry, you know, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. You know, this is your mud floods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's mud flood. That is the cause of the mud floods, 100%. You know, the mud flood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil was the dwellers in the ark. No, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. You know, people has gone below ground, or you know, where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's, you know, it's got to be, you know, safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? You know, completing a full sun year. You know, so you know they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So you know. Your mud flood fans start, you know, relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mud floods, and you've seen on a few channels now mud flood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how, you know, mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. You know, they just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yeah, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean that hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? You know, it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know, your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we've got a creation based on technology. Because when, you know, people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes that we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons. You know, the 3 sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point. Yeah. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our 0 point on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
But that's talked about there, you know,
But I
and we
wonder,
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, that
his
would make sense.
area. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah, so they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south felt a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the centre there. So what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so Noah is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet Noah? This is created by Noah. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the anti-Caperian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by series. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida. The location I placed the spider from the Nazca Lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Baja, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8 which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses is a fictitious character, and we would agree. None of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the four-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, we see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gaul area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gaul area as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Terverver. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt in 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption, but it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered, with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Helice was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for Helice began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through.
These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI, and if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. A multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide, Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you're at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mud floods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient texts. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also, Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits, we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607, and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt." Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together. In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the Moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 24 comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the Earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the Earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying 1/3 of the homes in Chicago. While Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the spark that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of these cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history, times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now. Various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of 4 faces mentioned in scriptures. Birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings, and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. Do you see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes, life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work, technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. and it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people, not only this but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself. What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it.
Baby, come on, close your eyes. What I show you goes beyond what we see. You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come on, flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is our faith because we choose it. Hold on light. Baby, come on, close your eyes. What I show you goes beyond what we see. You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come on, flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is our faith because we choose it. Hold on light.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm. A realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west, and when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky, and this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within the year of that a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats.
This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Kraftsnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness. So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine on our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Hercolumbus, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club in his right hand, and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net, the gift of his father, anew. He created the evil wind and the tempest, and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind, and the sevenfold wind, and the whirlwind, and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month without ceasing the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mole Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. It keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Alim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8, 11 and 12 say, "The name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters." Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. "For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light." Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. "And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but a third will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people,' and they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" Revelation 6:12 says, "And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red." Revelations 8:7, Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, "So the 4 angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind." Revelations 9:18, "A third of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths." And Revelations 12:4, "His tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born." Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer. It's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from 2 parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarök has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign that the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these two parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow that gets to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event, and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No, it is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below, please. Now these two cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock, the expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394 year countdown, to which we think is the same event. The end times or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism, people. It was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realising the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word currents does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water, even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds, and use the islands as stepping stones along the way. The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the fourth world. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and in abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the fourth world. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Hoxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth, found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people, relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include, obviously, Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Trenten Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Trenten Vilu. Trenten means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these two snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be KK, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripillion were. KK was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits, and Tenten was sent to live on Earth and help care for the Earth and to help humanity. Thus, these two snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after KK awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, KK ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills, and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate, and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters, so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of KK. Angry, KK began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milalobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments, and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah. In China, there's a great flood of China story, which was a major flood event in ancient China that continued for 2 generations, which resulted in great population displacement, among other disasters such as storms and famine. People left their homes to live on high hills and mountains. Dating has taken this event back to around 1900 BC, which is about 400 years after the Exodus event we discussed prior. The legend says it was during the reign of Emperor Yao that the Great Flood began. The flood was so vast that no part of Yao's territory was spared, and both the Yellow River and the Yangtze valleys were flooded. The nature of the flood is shown in the following quote. Like endless boiling water, the flood is pouring forth destruction, boundless and overwhelming. It overtops the hills and mountains, rising and ever rising. It threatens the very heavens. How the people must be groaning and suffering. In India, we have an incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish. He forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions, are accompanied by the 7 great sages. They survive by boarding the ark, which Lord Vishnu then pulls to safety. In Paluga, the creator god of the inhabitants of Andaman Islands sends a devastating flood to punish people who have forgotten its commands. Only 4 people survive, 2 men and 2 women. From the Philippines, we have Igorot. It says, when the world was flat and there were no mountains, there lived 2 brothers, sons of Lumawig, the Great Spirit. The brothers were fond of hunting. Since there were no mountains, there was no place to catch pig and deer, so the older brother said, "Let us cause the water to flow over all the world and cover it, then the mountains will have to rise up." The others from Asia include Korea, Malaysia, and the Tekati people. Now, over in Europe, the ancient Greek flood myths describe 3 floods. The flood of Oges says 9,000 years ago, a never seen again accumulation of soil came down from the mountains, and earth fell away all around and sunk out of sight. Only small islands and the mere skeleton of the land was left behind. The flood of Deucalion says the Titan Prometheus advised his son to build a chest. All men perished except those that escaped to high mountains. The mountains in Thessaly were parted, and all the world beyond Isthmus and Peloponnese was overwhelmed. Deucalion and his wife floated in a chest for 9 days and 9 nights. Afterwards, at the bidding of Zeus, they threw stones which became men and women. The Bibliotheca gives this as an etymology of the Greek Laos people as derived from the lost stone. And the flood of Dardanus says, Dardanus left Phineus in Arcadia to colonize a land in the northeast Aegean Sea. When the deluge occurred, the land was flooded, and the mountain where he and his family survived formed the island of Samothrace. He left Samothrace on an inflated skin to the opposite shores of Asia Minor and settled on Mount Ida. They lived in the open for 50 years. His grandson, Tros, moved from the highlands down to a large plain on the hill that had many rivers flowing down from Ida above. There he built a city which was named Troy. Today we call the area Dardanelles. The Augean deluge ended the Silver Age, and the flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age. In addition to these floods, the Greeks tell how the world was also periodically destroyed by fire.
Others from Europe include the Welsh, the Norse, and the Finnish flood legends.
The Irish has Labor Gabala Erin, which says the first people to arrive in Ireland are led by Cessair, daughter of Bith, son of Noah. They are told to go to the western edge of the world to escape the oncoming flood. When the flood comes, Fintan is the only one to survive. He becomes a salmon and later an eagle and a hawk, living for 5,500 years after the flood, whence he becomes a man again and recounts the Ireland's history. Now we can move to the Oceania region. This would include Polynesia and Hawaii. In Hawaiian mythology, Nu'u was a man who built an ark with which he escaped a great flood. He landed his vessel on top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. Nu'u mistakenly attributed his safety to the moon and made sacrifices to it. Cain, the creator god, descended to earth on a rainbow and explained Nu'u's mistake. In the Maori tradition, Ruatapu became angry when his father elevated his younger half-brother ahead of him. Ruatapu lured his half-brother and a large number of young men of high birth into his canoe and took them out to sea, where he drowned them. He called on the gods to destroy his enemies and threatened to return as the great wave of early summer. As he struggled for his life, the half-brother recited an incantation invoking the southern humpback whales to carry him ashore. The last place that we'll talk about is Africa. I found no tales of any floods for Africa. However, our own research shows us that in northwestern Africa, near the Eye of the Sahara, there's clear runoff of where there used to be waters that ran back off into the ocean. Most of Africa I would consider safe zones for the most part, due to the high elevation.
Now, let's turn our attention for a moment towards Japan. There are dots along the coastal hills of Japan, and these things are called the tsunami stones. These stones are placed around 300 feet higher than the highest recorded wave. That wave was 127 feet high. These stones are centuries old and give warning to descendants to avoid the same suffering as the ancestors. The warnings from the past read, "Do not build any homes below this point. High dwellings are the peace and harmony of our descendants. Remember the calamity of the great tsunami." Other warnings say, "If an earthquake occurs, go to high land in case they foreshadow destructive waves." So, as we can see, this recorded history of catastrophes and floods are not just secluded to the Noah story. Organized religion wants us to believe there was one flood that destroyed the world. However, these different events are recorded through different eras in history in all cultures of the world. We now call this the Noah cycle. Even today, there's an application mainstream is using called the NOAA Weather Radar, which provides us with weather, hydrologic, and climate forecasting for the United States and its territories, as well as adjacent waters and ocean areas. This cycle has occurred over and over in history, right around the 365 to 394 year mark. These events are the cause of mud floods, the disappearance of cultures through time, as well as changes to our DNA. As I have said before, this is not meant to cause fear, but to educate us on the cycles of Earth to enable survival, which our ancestors have told us repeatedly through the ages. High land is the way to survival.
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Daves. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America. We also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This animation will be explained more in our next video, but because it involves spiders, which One Conscience has already mentioned, this is what they decode as to us. Some of you may recognise these. If not, don't worry, our next video goes deeper with them. Now, Hopi Prophecy and others have spiders and cobwebs in their cultures, and say we will see spider webs in the sky. These are what they are referring to alongside various halos. There is a very good chance you, your children, even your grandchildren may see these in the heavens, and this would be their alignment. This is not all of them, of course, just some to show you what you may witness in the heavens. Now, it doesn't take a genius to see gaps where others exist and connect to other areas. What you are looking at are more parts of the construct, more events that are time cycles. I will give these a more thorough breakdown in our next video, but while we are on the subject of Perseus and Medusa, consider that Perseus represents one of these and reroutes power from another technology that has detrimental effects on all living species. So detrimental in fact that it can instantly petrify, hence the name Medusa. There is a technology that more than likely petrified the giants, titans and other species in our realm, and Perseus represents that rerouting of the power. The cutting off of the head is actually making sure it does not get powered up, is how it decodes. Isn't that amazing, people? The story in the stars just happens to be perfectly demonstrated in the workings of the realm. The stars truly are a map of the events and mechanisms that take place in the underworld. Perseus repeats this story every 400 years, it seems. You can now see why there are many depictions, statues and the like of Perseus and Medusa. They have very real meaning when it comes down to knowing what these cyclic events are truly doing. Our ancestors everywhere knew this, of course. Doesn't this really bring to life all those stories and what they called mythologies into context? Our ancestors were telling the truth. All this, of course, has been hidden, suppressed, privatized and monetized to hide how our realm truly works. Our research just keeps showing us we live in a technological construct that has very, very intelligent design. Take a very good look, people. This is an APM prediction. You will see these in the heavens at some point in the future. I borrowed this video from Jimbo's channel. Feel free to shout out if you recognize anything in this video. Now we can talk about compression and expansion a bit more. If you remember, I mentioned in a previous video the giants may have been born near the end of the expansion cycle. We do have to consider this. It seems we are at the end of a compression cycle, and the pole shift event will take us into the expansion cycle, a mechanism switch related to the winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock spring, which you can find in Walter Russell's work. When this event happens, we would expect to see a comet and of course widespread chaos and destruction, which is what is explained in scriptures and prophecies, the wrath of God. These are merely warnings for us to understand. Beware the cyclic changes from this amazing construct's mechanisms when they start up and make the needed changes to perform their mechanism's roles. It is part of how it works. We basically live on top of a very powerful and complex machine. Our ancestors were very well aware of this. You will have noticed the genetic changes in our previous End Times Decoded videos. New life forms can be created, and ones long gone may return. These beings may have been created during the pole shift event, which is basically a polarity switch. It may be so powerful it puts out a pulse like an EMP, which of course affects any beings in its path. Perhaps this is Medusa, turning living beings into petrified or crystallized rock instantly. These beings were petrified instantly and seemed completely unaware of anything taking place. Frozen in time, and they litter the landscapes everywhere. We are literally walking on giants and titans. Roger from Mud Fossil University also covers these, and you will find he already has DNA proof and is also very easily pointing out various parts of anatomy on some of the largest beings that lay on and within the ground. He will even show you a dragon in northwest Africa that is a few thousand miles in length. One Conscience and Jimbo have also found dragons on the landscape. There is even a reference to the green skin of dragons in John Dee's work, which relate to the West Gates. Dragons are also mentioned in the overlay I used with the world chakras in my first video on decoding this realm. I'll leave links below to these channels should you wish to look further. So those various faces mentioned in scriptures, the sets of 4 faces, they will be playing a part in the genetic makeup of various species. I would not be surprised if there is more information sealed below in the rooms the angel technology reside in, the technology that is responsible for the arts and acts of creation. A good look at Walter Russell's work will show you we are talking about electrocrystallization. If you look further into that process, you will find that some scientists actually made insects appear while experimenting. This was repeated and the same thing happened. Insects appeared. This would make sense when you think of plagues of locusts appearing from nowhere. It may very well have been a certain technology that switched on to do its role, and the insects were like a side effect. However you look at it, we must consider that technology of this type will be playing a big part in creation. This realm is a creating realm. Even Walter Russell stated this. So evolution now has another perspective to consider. Mainstream's version doesn't work and is an excuse to hide the fact technology is involved. Technology created by a creator of very large size, looking at our grid overlays. The technology appears to create a duality, male and female, positive and negative. It is always trying to balance nature. Now we decode what the nature of what the realm really is. It's not hard to see that the nature of this technology is to create opposites and try to keep an equilibrium. This is very, very intelligent design and explains what we see in scriptures very well. It has just been hidden for obvious reasons, for if humans ever had control over this technology, I'm sure you can see how dangerous it would be in the wrong hands. Technology that can petrify, cause quakes, tsunamis, destruction and such, not to mention growing your own gold, silver, copper, etc., which is also mentioned by Walter Russell. Any cooperation knowing this knowledge would be the most powerful cooperation on earth, was how Walter worded it. And here we are today, finding out the earth is flat, realizing that treaties have been put into place to stop you exploring, and everything that have been taught has been a lie. History, space, the sciences, to mention a few. But when they lie about the shape of the world, you realize there is something very important being hidden. The mechanics of our world, the nature of our world, the construct and its creator, and all that implies. The APM model we are creating based upon our new understandings, research and decodings encompasses this information easily into our restructured view of the true world model. It makes perfect sense to us. This is the knowledge we were being taught in ancient times, and various pole shift events and other changes have slowly but surely eroded that information into the idiocy we are being taught today in our schools. An education which is more like brainwashing, indoctrination, assumptions, assertions and excuses, including an impossible world model that cannot be proven scientifically and is easily debunked. Open your eyes, people, there is a bigger picture to see here.
The Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the swift-Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseidi, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseidi stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth.
The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed.
So what you have seen is how we connect all these events into worldly cycles. There are many parts of the very large mechanisms of the underworld, the technologies that are responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries, the stars, and pretty much most of nature's processes. The Creator's glory is a technological glory. Until you decode what creates nature, you are left guessing, but we can see what the nature of our world truly is now, and it is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent Creator. A construct of vast magnitude and magnificence that has been described and depicted everywhere, in scriptures, Enoch, sacred geometry, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, prophecies. It shows how technologies have been personified to hide how this world truly works. The globe was invented to hide the 12 gates and anything that is beyond. We have seen how politicians use the construct's destructive cycles to fool the unwary. The forgotten knowledge we are now rediscovering again, and knowledge that was always there to warn us of these cycle changes and to plan for them. Open your eyes, people, and see what the creator of this amazing construct was teaching us. How it works, how to harness its energies, and how to survive its destructive cycles. So, if you truly want world peace, then it has to start with the truth. The truth about who we are, where we are, and where we live. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals, or some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon, and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. The study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low-energy science to a high-energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side. And I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth's chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when two earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPD is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiralling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the red shift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by Ceres. This is real world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Coolbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of 2 halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeatDev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiralling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using the right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside. So shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and Mali. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitized by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiraling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place, the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cone's angles are related to each part of the process and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiralling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere. We have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start, after a little while, to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centred. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiralling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
Start living